Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Present.
and Mayor Rollins.
Here. Tonight, we're going to have our inspiration, and it's very special because our city council just recently voted to do a celebration and a recognition of the Chumash Indians in the coming year. And we have with us tonight Casey Rodriguez, a member of the Chumash tribe, who will give us the inspiration for tonight.
Okay. My cousin and our elder, Julie Twinmite Stensley, couldn't be here today due to a previous engagement. And so she has blessed me to come offer the blessing tonight. While I was driving out here, I felt very humble and grateful to be able to be at this position tonight. I grew up a lot of time here in Brainimi as a kid. My dad used to work at the military base, and my grandma lived on the care center home on J Street for almost 10 years. I would like to give a big thank you to Councilwoman Laura Hernandez and Mayor Rollins for opening the invite to come. Your thought and desire of being united tonight is a blessing to both sides. It is definitely a great sign of things to come. Within this new swearing-in council, I also realize there has been works from past city councils that also brings us to this moment tonight, and I would like to thank them as well. It is important to remember where the city has been and where it is going. I believe the past councils did what they knew was best, and now it is time for the new council to keep going with only the best intentions forward, always doing what is best, making all feel welcome, and that all people not only matter, but contribute, making Port Hueneme the beautiful city it is. So Creator, I ask you to bless all the lives here. Open all minds and ears to hear the message you have for them. For we might be hearing the same words. I know you have a different message for all tonight. Help us learn how to improve showing love to all, and help everyone not just remember our ancestors, the Chumash, that have lived here for thousands of years, but fill each heart with the understanding to the importance of why acknowledging us is important. It's not out of pride or self-gain. It is because we have been the rightful caretakers of this land since the beginning of time. As we look to the south, the place where we are reminded everyone has a purpose in this life. May we be so certain with our own individual purpose that nothing shakes us from pursuing the work we have to do. May those moments of doubt or confusion that might come in quickly as we remember Creator has given our purpose for a reason. May knowing and trusting Creator's ways fill us with courage and boldness to keep being our unique self. If anyone tonight is uncertain to what their purpose is, may Creator send them someone soon to spark the knowledge into them. And once they are made aware of their purpose, may they believe it and never doubt. May we also look for ways to keep encouraging and supporting each other. To the rest, the place where the knowledge of indigenous ways are still among us. We all come from the earth. Knowing we all come from the earth means we should respect and honor Mother Earth and all the lives here. From the two-legged to the rings to the fins, all lives are sacred. All lives matter. All lives can teach us lessons about life, and all lives have a right to live in their place without danger. To the North Creator, once again, thank you for our lives, and may we always walk in a good way. This is the direction that represents those who have traveled on. As we end this year, may we remember those loved ones we lost. I like to give a special remembrance to Carmen Ramirez. I, like many of you tonight, have been during the journey of loss, pain, and have been struggling since that night in August. May we all do what we can to keep her spirit alive by making good travel. This also represents those who are currently on the cusp of traveling on or about to. Creator, I ask you bless those souls with peace and comfort. May it be an easy transition for them. I also ask that you help their friends and families as they are preparing for their journey. I thank you because I know you will provide them an unbelievable amount of comfort when that time comes. May those who are there become our spirit guides or counselors. Trishwans, what we call them. May we know when they are present, trying to help guide us. No matter what your faith might be, Spirit is there to help guide. We're never alone. Our Shumash ancestors are among us, helping guide us. And it is a reason why restoration of our native landscape is important. Taking steps to clean our water, land, and air is vital. To Father Sky, Moon, Stars, we pray people will stop trying to exploit the upper sky, as people have done here. We are paying a ridiculous amount to go to the upper sky and creating way too much pollution. We need to learn how to respect the lives there and let them be. They're more powerful than we think and would be a mistake to bother them. Let's instead take better care of our home here. Lastly, to Mother Earth, Hutash. We are at the end of the year, the time where we are expecting rain. Don't diss the rain when it comes. I have been taught by my elder to say, it's raining, go inside your home. And while we are in our home, we welcome rest. For rest is important and vital for both as humans as well as for the land. By resting, we will be ready to come out in the new year, ready to make good trouble, healthy, ready and willing to work with others to bring rightful changes and discussions into our community. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. Congratulations to those who will be walking into the new council tonight. Please remember, us Shumash are here, willing to unite, willing to work together, but please do not use us or tokenize us or our culture for any selfish gain, as a council member did during this past election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we move into the coming year, those were truly inspiring words. Thank you very much. We will now hear general public comments not pertaining to items on the agenda. Any comments from those participating on Zoom? We'd like to ask you that you use your raise hand feature so we can call on you during the appropriate time. This will be the same process for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mic and you will have 3 minutes to provide comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
I don't see any hands raised on Zoom at this time, but I do have some written public comments. The in-person public comments are for items later on the agenda.
Okay,
So I'll
Very
read
good.
the written comments.
thank you.
To the
Go on.
To the Honorable Mayor, to the Honorable Port Hueneme City Council, I have a few points to be made, hoping that the City Council will clarify the issues and seek insight from the City Attorney. Martha R. McQueen Lejeune and Laura D. Hernandez were endorsed by the County Democratic Party. Reportedly, both candidates pledged to uphold the County Democratic Party platform in exchange for the endorsement. If true, that raises a question of their oath to the office and the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. If they make decisions based on the Democratic Party platform rather than their oath of office, that would certainly place their integrity into question. Regarding the cannabis businesses that are not in compliance with their contract with the city, the integrity of the council was brought to mind when it was made clear that 3 of the council members had to recuse themselves because they had taken donations from these businesses. Because 3 council persons were recused, there would not be a quorum to vote on this issue. This entire incident brought up the question of whether the council had ever heard of the term common sense or graft. Greed determined making Port Hueneme a cannabis center for Ventura County, and greed is what has spawned this predicament. I would like to know what the city attorney recommends to rectify this problem. My recommendation to this comedy of errors is to have a special election and remove those council members who accepted donations from the cannabis companies and those members who pledged to support the Democratic Party platform. The citizens of Port Hueneme deserve a better group of people directing city business. Mark Sabala. The next city comment is from Caitlin Brooks. Hello, we would like to share the Ventura County Transportation Commission released a draft of its Comprehensive Transportation Plan, CTP, a long-range planning document addressing the future of transportation in Ventura County for the next 20 to 30 years on December 2nd. The draft incorporates socioeconomic data, community priorities, and local transportation solutions, while also placing a special emphasis on inclusion of disadvantaged and underserved communities to create a more equitable transportation future for all. The draft is available on the VCTC website at goventura.org/CTP. We are requesting feedback on the draft, and the deadline to submit comments is January 10th, 2023. We've shared the draft with the VCTC's technical advisory committees that include representatives from the city, and we look forward to your review of the plan. VCTC would also like to announce some initial results of the Youth Ride Free program that launched earlier this year. In October, the second month of the program, there were 83,000 youth rides on Ventura County buses, accounting for 23% of total transit ridership. The College Ride and Youth Ride Free programs combined accounted for 32% of all transit ridership in October. We are excited to share the initial numbers, and we think this will likely lead to a rise in overall transit ridership. More information about both programs can be found on the website. It's a very long link, so if you are interested, please contact the clerk at cityofportwainimi.org, and I would forward that link to you. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing your comments on the draft CTP. Caitlin Brooks. And the last public comment is from Ricardo Holden. I am asking the council to look into ways of better informing the residents and communicating not only events, but matters of public safety. The city has multiple social media pages, which I believe are intended to inform the public, yet many of the residents mentioned they are not informed. For instance, the Grinch movie night listed 2 different dates on the city website and had published different dates on flyers without making an announcement of the date change, which created a lot of confusion. And the city responded to questions about the date change on the day of the event. More importantly is the lack of communication about public safety incidents within our city. The recent multi-car accident on Ventura Road near an elementary school in the morning before school drew a lot of questions about speeding, fatalities, and traffic concerns. Yet the city has yet to inform the public about the incident or if charges were pressed for reckless driving or if anyone was injured. This Saturday, a robbery and shooting was reported in the VC Star. The article was vague and gave questionable information. I was completely unaware of this incident, although it was reported to have happened right in front of my home. So I would appreciate knowing more information. Can the city utilize the social media pages to better keep us residents informed, other than the great events within our city? That I would like to thank the city for supporting. Not much information is given about safety incidents, nor do the social media pages respond to questions or concerns. I appreciate the information about the events and community services and fluff PR posts. Yet my request is that on incidents where the residents should and inform, such as a multi-car wreck on Ventura Road near a school and the shooting, have yet to be communicated to our community from the city, leaving rumors from the community being the only source of information. If you look at the Port Hueneme Police Department's social media page, there have been 3 posts about safety issues in our city since the beginning of October. One being the smoke shop gaming, and the other being the recent bank robbery, asking the public for help. And the third, a report of stolen vehicle. That is 1 post per month in regards to public safety concerns. It appears that if a resident is wanting more information about criminal activities, they tend to inquire on private city group pages on social media. Thanks, Ricardo Holden. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. May I have a motion and second to approve tonight's agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you please take a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
It's a little bit changed from the normal agenda, but do any conflicts of interest declaration? Do any members of the council have any conflicts of interest to disclose for any item on the agenda tonight?
Are you including closed session in that question?
Probably.
Yes, I have a conflict of interest with closed session item number 1 due to potential spousal income.
Is that something that we would cover in this particular time, the closed agenda?
We can cover it at the closed session agenda as well, but the purpose of this is to at least get all council members thinking about every item of business and whether or not there are any potential conflicts to give me time to research the issue if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will now move to number 1, declaring the results of the November 8th, 2022 municipal general election. Will staff please present the report?
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, on May 16th, 2022, the City Council adopted resolution numbers 4406 and 4407, calling and giving notice of a new municipal general election to be held on November 8th, 2022, for the purpose of electing 3 members of the City Council for full terms of 4 years, and putting before the voters a measure to propose a charter amendment to change the city name from the City of Port Hueneme to the City of Hueneme Beach. During the nomination period, 8 candidates qualified to be placed on the ballot. On December 8th, 2022, the Ventura County Clerk Recorder certified the canvass of votes cast. There was a total of 5,208 votes cast. The certified results of the election indicate that Laura D. Hernandez, Stephen A. Gama, and Martha R. McQueen Lejeune were the 3 successful candidates for the Port Hueneme City Council. In addition, the results indicated that Measure D failed as a majority of the voters voted against it. It is therefore recommended that City Council adopt the attached resolution reciting the fact of the municipal general election held November 8, 2022, declaring the result and declaring such other matters as provided by law.
Okay. Does council have any questions for staff? Only questions will be taken at this time. Comments and discussion will be heard later. Okay. At this point, we have public comments. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
We do have one public comment. We will take it from Frida Wiggins.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and our council members, and our incoming councilwoman. I am Reverend Frida Wiggins, 777 Reef Circle, Port Hueneme, California. On behalf of the clergy here in Port Hueneme, California, I would like to welcome all of you to another beautiful term. You know, the Word of God says, a city without wise leader will end up in ruin, but we have elected wise leaders, and we will be kept safe. And I thank you all for your hard work and everything that you've done up to this point. And there's one other thing. I like to bless you so that you will be successful throughout your entire term. May the Lord bless and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you, wrap you in his favor like a shield, and may his countenance be within you from this day forward, in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
That concludes the public comment.
Okay, we have before us a recommendation to adopt a resolution reciting the fact of the municipal general election held November 8th, 2022, declaring the result and declaring such matters as provided by law. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second?
May we have a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this? Okay. We will now have presentations. This will be given by City Manager Connors.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable City Council, wonderful guests for this special event that we have tonight. Might stand over here just to make sure we're set up. Okay. Okay, so our city clerk has helped council through the certification of election
And this is a really important and significant part of our city council calendar, where after we certify the election, we say thank you for the contributions, the leadership of our outgoing councils, and then we reinstall and install our newer city councils. We also do one other thing, and that is we assign every year, or the council assigns one of their own to become the next mayor and the next mayor pro tem. So before we do that, I want to call up Mayor Pro Tem Bobby Martinez up here in recognition of the extra duties and responsibilities assigned to our Mayor Pro Tem. We have a recognition crystal on behalf of the city council, the staff, and a very thankful city. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay. Now for the big one. Mayor's not an easy job. City council's not an easy job. And as mayor, you have a significant amount of obligations to engage the community in ways that you don't normally do as a city councilman. And Mayor Rollins has served this community very, very well over this past year. And so the first thing I want to do is recognize him and thank him for being a mayor for this city over this past year. Mayor, if you could join me up here, please, sir.
Certainly.
So in recognition of his contributions as mayor, his many engagements with concerned citizens, his advocacy for everybody in this room and many others that he has supported directly and he's worked with staff to resolve, I want to thank you, sir, for this year as mayor. Mayor Rollins has also served the city for 4 years, and this will be his last term. And we are going to miss you, Mayor. We are going to miss your good nature, your advocacy, which I know you'll continue on in your civilian life. Is that appropriate word? But you have served the city well. I know that you're loved by the community, and we look forward to your contributions as a regular citizen with that 4 years of special background in your resume. So
I won't be bugging you anymore.
About that. So don't go anywhere because we have some special guests in the audience. I'm going to give you a certificate from the city of Moore Park in honor of your service as mayor and council member to Fort Hueneme. And I've got some special guests. We have somebody from Congressperson Brownlee's office that wants to recognize you. Mike is on.
Good evening.
If you stand right here so and you.
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Fernández Mendoza, and on behalf of Congresswoman Julia Brownlee. On behalf of Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, I would like to recognize Mayor Richard Rollins for his remarkable service to the city of Fort Hueneme. Congresswoman Brownlee has often said it is her greatest privilege to represent the people of California's 26th congressional district, which includes the city of Fort Hueneme. She has worked to move our communities forward and to do all that she can to improve the lives of all her constituents. And she has done just that in partnership with all of you. You have helped maintain and expand the very aspects of the city that make Port Hueneme a truly desirable place to live, work, and raise a family. The Congresswoman extends her sincere appreciation to Mayor Rollins for his steadfast dedication and service to the residents of Port Hueneme. For his contributions to the city, I am pleased to present Mayor Rollins with a certificate of congressional recognition on behalf of the Congresswoman. She also congratulates Councilmember Laura Hernandez and Councilmember Stephen Gama on their recent re-elections, and she welcomes Martha McQueen Lejeune to the council. Congresswoman Brownlee looks forward to working with all of you, including Mayor Pro Tem Bobby Martinez and Councilmember Misty Perez, to best serve the residents of this great city in the years to come. Thank you.
We do have Supervisor Lopez with us from Supervisor District 5. Would like to also recognize you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, and Port Hueneme residents. I am proud to join you today as your 5th District Supervisor to recognize and thank Mayor Rollins for your commitment and service to the residents of Port Hueneme. We both started together about the same time as council members, and I just really appreciate your willingness to collaborate and being so approachable as a neighboring city to the city of Oxnard, and especially as we connected throughout the multiple committees and appointments that we were both serving on together. And so I just want to thank you for your dedication. It's a lot of work, a lot of hours that sometimes aren't compensated in the same way, but I know in the long run, it is a benefit to the residents of this community and for Port Hueneme, and thank you for your service. So I do have a certificate of recognition for you, and we hope to see you around. You're still a resident of Port Hueneme and the 5th District, so we'll have to pull you in other capacities to continue to serve. Thank you.
We have another special guest, our Ventura County Transportation, Martin Erickson is here to also recognize you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, members of the Port Hueneme City Council. My name is Martin Erickson. I'm the Executive Director for the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and it's an honor to be here tonight to thank you for your service, Mayor Rollins, on the Ventura County Transportation Commission. Our commission is comprised of 17 members, the 5 county supervisors, and a mayor or council member from each of Ventura County's 10 cities, and 2 public members, one appointed by the cities and one appointed by the county. It's a large board, and we often grapple with sometimes controversial or sometimes challenging regional transportation and transit issues. And I want to thank Mayor Rollins for his participation and his steady and, I think, style of deliberation, which helped bring that large commission to, I think, many consensus decisions that have improved mobility throughout this entire county. And I also want to recognize City Manager Connors and his team for the staff help they have done also for the commission, and also recognize my colleague Vanessa Rauschenberger, who's also here tonight from Gold Coast Transit, which I don't want to steal her thunder, but she'll be thanking you in a moment also. But I think it's a reflection of the partnerships that we have in transportation and especially transit. And on behalf of the commission, we want to thank you, and we will miss you.
Vanessa, would you like to come on?
Thank you, Mayor Rollins and Council. Nice to see you. I'm Vanessa Rauschenberger. I'm the General Manager for Gold Coast Transit District. And for those of you who don't know, we provide the public transit bus locally here, connecting Port Hueneme to Oxnard, Ventura, Ojai, county unincorporated areas, and all the places in between. And we work very closely in partnership with VCTC as well. I want to thank Mayor Rollins for your time serving on the Gold Coast Board. not only your support for me as I've taken on this role this year, but your support over the last few years. And I just want to mention here just a couple of the accomplishments that the board has achieved and with Richard's leadership these past few years, which hasn't been easy. From rapid response to COVID-19, approving our COVID recovery plan, transitioning into our new facility and our move, the launch of numerous programs from late night safe rides that provides on-demand services late at night for people needing a ride home, to participating in the Youth Ride Free, which you've heard earlier was a very successful program that VCTC launched countywide. From the monthly numerous employee recognitions, I think one of the favorite things that we celebrate each month is our recognition of our longstanding employees. And I always appreciated the words that Mayor Rollins had for our staff and in appreciating the work that they do to move our community. Our employees, on behalf of our employees, we greatly appreciate that involvement. And most recently at our last meeting, Richard and our board approved Gold Coast Transit zero emission transition plan that will pave the way for us to transition our fleet to zero emissions by the year 2040. Also want to thank the staff, Port Hueneme here, who's been partnered with us and achieving some of these projects. I look forward to working with the council and the city as we continue to move forward on those projects. And I also want to let you know, Mayor Rollins, that we will have a bus stop sign commissioned in your honor that we will be delivering to you, as is our tradition for our board members. So you'll get your own bus stop sign that we will have for you as well. So thank you very much. And thank you.
Have one final guest, Jan Burke, who represents the Homeowners Association Coalition. If she would like to share her thoughts, recognize you as well.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Rollins, council members, and staff. My name is Jan Burke. I'm a board member at Anacapa View Beach Homes and the chair of the Hueneme HOA Coalition and owner of San Miguel Produce. I came here tonight to thank Rich Rollins for his service and support of our friendly little city by the sea. As a city leader these past few years, Mayor Rollins has been a fair and even-handed in his dealings with our various city issues. Mayor Rollins has provided thoughtful comments and deliberation using some common sense and integrity when making critical decisions as a leader of our community. I find these values to be extremely important in any leadership role. I believe it was Dwight Eisenhower who once said, "The supreme quality of leadership is integrity." And I think you've had that. And unfortunately, these days, those values sometimes aren't quite always there, but we appreciate yours. Mayor Rollins, I wish you Godspeed in whatever you choose to do next in your long and notable career. Thank you for your service to our community. We hope you will continue to stay engaged with our city as a citizen. In closing, I'd like to wish you all, everyone, a very Merry Christmas, to the council members, our staff, and all my neighbors. And hope that and pray that this new year will be brings you all greater health, more joy, and more prosperity in 2023. Lord knows we need it. Thank you.
The in-person recognitions. We do have one more, Mr. Ali Gassimi, who's with the Ventura Air Pollution Control District. So you're live, Mr. Gassimi, if you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us and see us?
Hello. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we have you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Rollins, council members, supervisors, and Port of Hueneme residents. My name is Ali Gassemi, and I'm Executive Director of Ventura County Air Pollution Control District. I wish I could be there in person. However, thank you for the opportunity to participate virtually. I have the pleasure to work with Mayor Rollins since 2018, when he first joined the Ventura County ABCD Board as a council member. To provide you with a little background, our agency's mission is to protect public health from the adverse health effects of air pollution. The Councilman Rollins, Mayor Rollins' review and approval of our projects have been instrumental in our efforts to accomplish our missions. I found him to be very intelligent, kind, and passionate about healthy environment. I will definitely miss your presence in our boardroom. On behalf of my agency, I would like to thank you for all you have done and wish you lots of success on any assignments that you may take. We had the recognition ceremony on his contribution and achievement last Tuesday in our ABCD board meeting, and your set award was mailed to you last week. Again, thank you for all you have done for Ventura County. We really appreciate it.
May I make a comment? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I just want to.
Recognize Mr. Goff.
I just want to say I met Mr. Rollins, Mayor Rollins, 6 years ago at the museum. We volunteered together, and I've spent so many hours pulling weeds and planting plants and talking about what grows here and butterflies. And over the years, we do a lot of volunteering together. And over the last 4 years, I want to congratulate you on what you have done single-handedly with Miranda Park. Mayor Rollins brought pickleball to our city, and there's nothing like hearing families, senior citizens, young kids having a great time at Miranda Park. I live very close to it, and I think Mayor Rollins is so much responsible for the great things that are now going on there. There was a time when there was not such great things going on there, and it took a lot of perseverance on Mayor Rollins's part to get pickleball courts started there. And his vision for recreation is a lifetime endeavor for him. And pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the world. And Mayor Rollins brought it to our city 6 years ago. I think 6 years, maybe 5 years ago, and it's booming and it's lovely and it's just great. And so I want to thank you for that. And I also, we spent a lot of time while pulling weeds talking about youth engagement and how to engage youth in our community. We came up with a concept to do a youth involvement fair, and Rich was very much in the lead on that. And we agreed that the youth of this community is so important, and we need to make sure that they get the attention they need. And Mayor Rollins was right there along the way, championing all these different programs that we fund here from up here with our community benefit fund, our city supporting the high school sports, supporting the younger kids, the Panthers, so many others, Sea Cadets. We started a Learn to Swim program. All these things were recreational based, and we know that recreation with youth is super important in our community. 73% of the foster children in Ventura County come from South Oxnard and Hueneme. So truly, truly our calling is to support the youth of our community, and Mayor Rollins has been there all along the way leading that cause. So the great Mayor of Oxnard, Mayor Zaragoza, says, once a mayor, always a mayor, and Mr. Rollins, you'll always be my mayor. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
May I make a comment before you deliver your speech? I just want to thank Mayor Rollins for his service to the city of Port Hueneme for the past 4 years. He is a consummate public servant, and I know that because I worked with him over 30 years ago when he was working with the city of Santa Monica. We both worked there, and I don't think your public service is over, Mayor Rollins. I think that you'll be continuing to stay involved, and we look forward to working with you and in your new capacity as a citizen and a volunteer. So thank you again for everything you've done for our city. It's been a pleasure.
I'll also add a comment. Thank you for your service to the youth of this community and your dedication to public service. And I know that we'll see much more of you. I know you have several ideas you want to get underway, and we'll never grow tired of seeing your face. I'm sure you're going to be here making sure that we're sticking to what we started. And I'm sure I'll see you around the house helping my husband figure out our landscaping.
Mayor Rollins, I just want to thank you for teaching me how to play pickleball, all my events, three-point contest, the soccer, the volleyball, and just for being such an amazing person. Thank you, Mayor Rollins.
I'm not a big speech giver. You'd think being a mayor I would be, but I'm not. So I did prepare some notes so that I didn't forget something. It has truly been an honor to serve you, our residents, as a member of the City Council for this past year as mayor. Over the past 4 years, I feel our city has improved in a number of areas due to the dedication, hard work, and the advocacy of our City Council. Each member of the City Council, despite their different approaches, have collectively made real positive accomplishments to our city, developing a strategic action plan to chart our future direction, improving the quality of life through increased recreational facilities and programming, providing new affordable housing for our families, providing new staffing to improve landscaping and the maintenance of our parks, providing increased law enforcement funding to staff for staffing and technical support to keep our city one of the safest in California. I have truly enjoyed communicating with our residents, understanding their concerns and priorities, and being responsive to working to develop or change policies that will better meet the needs of our community. I want to thank all members of our city staff for their commitment, professionalism, and providing quality of service to our residents. I was a civil servant for 40 years, and I know it's difficult balancing the needs of our community with high expectations but limited funds. I want to congratulate our newly elected city councilperson, Martha McQueen Lagon. Please stand up, wherever you are. Anyway, thank you. I feel confident that her skills and experiences will be an asset to our community. As the city moves into its 75 years of existence, I challenge our city council to look forward to diversifying our economy, making thoughtful decisions on the limited remaining land that we have to truly enhance our community. I make a commitment that I will continue to volunteer to provide community service. My home, and to make my home, Port Hueneme, an even better place to live. Thank you. All righty. I didn't think that was going to be quite as emotional as it was. So at this time, we will take we're going to have the installation of officers, the oath of office, and the introduction of the newly elected city council meetings. At this time, the oath of office will be administered to the newly elected council members. After the oath of office has been administered, we will take a brief recess to allow for congratulations photos of our newly elected city council members to take their seats. I'd like to call on Laura Hernandez at first, and Pastora Lupita Alonso and her husband Santiago, who will be administering Laura's oath of office.
Nobody will see me. Come in, yeah, come in. I'd like to introduce my pastor, Pastora Lucita Alonso. She is a pastor for the United Methodist Church, El Buen Pastor in Santa Paula, where I grew up. It's a church that my grandfather also ministered, and so we have quite a history with this church. It is also home to the One Stop Center in Santa Paula. And I'm on the board, and I thought it very appropriate and special to have her here tonight to do my oath of office. Here you go. You just take line by line, because my memory is not that good.
I do want to say that it's a privilege to be here. I've known Laura for quite a time now, and I know that she has been anointed and called to her office. She has a passion for community and community growth, and I'm just so honored that she's part of my church and also a good friend and brother. So would you raise your right hand? I
I, Laura Hernandez,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will defend and support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties, and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of this office,
which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to take a few words. I know my family's out there watching. My family lives in Pasadena, so they weren't able to be here tonight. But I want to thank Pastora Lupita and her husband Santiago for making the trek out here from Santa Paula to be with me tonight. I want to acknowledge Casey Rodriguez and thank her for her inspiration and reminding us that we have to be good stewards of this land. I want to thank Georgiana, our city clerk, for her guidance and the heavy lifting she did during the campaign, helping 8 candidates with their paperwork. It did a really great job helping us. As I embark on my second term, I want to acknowledge the Ventura County leadership. I'm happy to see Alejandra here representing Julia Brownlee's office, and our supervisor, our new supervisor, DNA Lopez. Welcome, and I look forward to working with you. I also want to recognize, of course, the late Carmen Ramirez, my mentor, my friend. She will be my moral compass in the years to come and forever. I will never forget her. I want to thank the Ventura County Democratic Party committee and the many friends that endorsed and supported my campaign, and those who may have not supported. I am here to serve you all. I want to thank my treasurer, Christine Tolley, and my campaign advisors, David and Carlos, who worked behind the scenes to assist me and advise me on my campaign. I want to especially thank my family, Team Hernandez, my 96-year-old mom, who had great ideas on campaigning, my brothers and sisters who gave up their time and spent time over the dinner table strategizing and giving me their sage advice. And of course, Dr. D Productions for its incredible advertising support. I want our public to know that I take this oath seriously and will do my best to be a public servant and serving the whole community with integrity, openness, and a clear understanding of my role as defined by the Port Hueneme Municipal Code. The Port Hueneme City Council is your city council. We, as a body of 5 who serve you, not our individual interests. My ask of you is that you all stay engaged, participate through the public process, and hold us accountable when we may stray from our duties. I want to thank those whose shoulders we stand on, people like Orving Carpenter, Tony Volante, Jim Daniels, Tony Young, John Sharkey, and of course, Carmen Ramirez, who will forever be in my heart and on my mind. I want to congratulate my fellow council members, Stephen Gama and Dr. McQueen Lejean. I look forward to working with all of you and getting the work done to make Port Hueneme a better place. Thank you so much.
And now I would like to call on Councilman Stephen Gama to receive his oath of office.
Thank you. The youth of our community is very important. I thought it would be fitting to have some of my youthful supporters and friends to come up, Troy and his sisters. And I've asked Maya Chavarria and Joseph to come forward and swear me in. These two kids have been over 3 years participated with Hueneme Beach Cleanup and being good stewards of the environment. And I really appreciate their parents for allowing them to spend so much time with us out there on the Saturdays. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to be able to receive a thank you plaque from the Panthers. And the Oxnard Panthers host Hueneme youth, and they organize their football teams. And I'm so proud of this council, Mayor Rollins, Laura Hernandez, and Misty and Bobby, and our prior council for supporting the youth of our community. So I couldn't be happier to have Joseph and Maya swear me in front of my other friends.
Hello, my name is Joseph, and my sister Maya and I, excuse me, from an early age were always encouraged to care for our environment and pick up our trash, especially when it wasn't ours. A few years ago, we met Mr. Gama, attending and started a ritual of cleaning Hueneme Beach. Since then, it has become a ritual for us as well, and we have grown closer to our community. One major thing that we have learned is that the future is ours to manage. When Mr. Gama's new term ends, we shall be on our own way to a higher education. This is why we are living through the cycle of our community. We hope to become leaders for the good of our community and inspire the youth to be involved and do the same. Mr. Gama, do you come here freely and without reservation to the office of City Council member for the city of Port Hueneme?
Yes, sir, I do.
You need to raise your right hand.
Please raise your right hand, and my sister will administer your oath of office.
I, Stephen Gama,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. Thank you very much. So like I said earlier, we public servants here in the city of Port Hueneme, we have to serve the youth of our community, and I'm so proud to be able to work with kids that put their best effort forward. I'm so proud to be able to educate and encourage and inspire them to be involved. And I think we need more of that in this community. I think we need better services and programs for the youth of our community. This council over the last 4 years has supported the youth of our community in so many ways. It's too many to mention the Port of Hueneme and the Community Benefit Fund. And with this council, the Learn to Swim program, the parks, our Be Your Lifeguard program, our Sea Cadet program that's a part of the city, our Police Explorer. Our community needs a lot of attention to our youth. And like I said earlier, 73% of the foster children in Ventura County come from South Oxnard and Hueneme. So that's our calling. Our calling is to show these kids a better way. And when my heart was heavy earlier this year when a 15-year-old shot and killed a 14-year-old. And this is why we have to spend time and positive efforts with the youth of our community. Our community is strong. We have great kids in it. And if you ever get a chance to inspire and encourage a kid to do something good, please do so. And that's what I hope that we can achieve in the next 4 years. I know Mayor Rollins, you're going to be there with us. And I'm really looking forward to working towards that end. And I want to thank everyone who voted, even those who didn't vote for me. I want to thank my mother, my wife, my family, my friends, and just love this community. And let's just keep working to make it better. And I look forward to the next 4 years. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And thank you. The future of our city is right here. I know you're all going to do good. Oh, and my biggest accomplishment over the last 4 years, I've written 14 letters of recommendations for kids that are going to college or high school or programs or Villanova. And it's such a great honor to be able to do that. And I hope that we get to do more of that. And the future is yours. Thank you.
This is an exciting night. Last but not least, I'd like to call on Martha McQueen Lejean, I'm sorry. And to give the oath of office be her husband Fundy and her mother Vincie Thompson.
Thank you.
I'm Fundy Lejean, and the proud husband of your new councilperson, Martha McQueen Lejean. To the voters, the residents of Port Hueneme that elected her to office, you've made a great decision. You have elected someone who is intelligent, wise, and grounded in spirituality, and is here to support you. We are both community activists, and we both look forward to serving this community. And I'd like to present this oath to you. I,
Martha McQueen Lejean,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
on the duties I am
About to
about to enter. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do have some words, and I'm up here, and I'm pretty surprised. I'm seeing some wonderful people that I know on the screen here, so that's very nice. I'm just so glad to be here on this evening. To Mayor Rollins, to the Mayor Pro Tem and the council. Just so excited to be part of a great team. And so looking forward to working with you all. As I look, I was sitting in the front facing this way, so I didn't see everyone who's here. But as I look out and see all the familiar faces, I have my pastor and wife over in that corner. I have all my family in the middle, my son, my cousins, my sorority sisters, my volunteers, my neighbors. It's just so my colleague. Just so wonderful to be here on tonight. And so I see Stephen and Claire, thank you so much for being here, and thank you to the Good Club and the Ventura County Democratic Party, just everyone who supported me through this endeavor. It was quite an endeavor, but through some really hard work, through some wonderful mentoring, coaching of some very qualified individuals, I'll say, a wonderful volunteer team. Could not have done it without you. But there are just a couple of names that I want to call out on today. And so I'll go ahead. I'm going to try to stick to my notes so I can be brief. The first name is Roosevelt Thompson, who is my father, who is not physically here with me tonight, but I know that he is here with me tonight. He and my mother are why I am who I am today. One of the greatest comments or honors that I receive from people even today is, girl, you are just like your father. And it's one of my greatest honors. He's a great man, love for everyone. I don't know of a person that he did not love, whether they loved him or not. And I'm so glad that that is something that I believe that I received from my father. So those of you who know him, you understand exactly what I'm saying. The second one is Murray Rosenbluth. And so that name might be familiar to some. He was a former Port Hueneme mayor and a councilman. And so Murray provided some invaluable information, mentoring, coaching to me through my campaign path. And so when I talked to him recently and I communicated to him the importance of the time that we spent together, he told me all I did was give you a roadmap and you did all the work. But what I want Murray to know is the work would have been a lot harder without that roadmap. And so I appreciate him for that. I promise I just have just a couple of more minutes. So you heard the oath of office that we all took tonight. And so then to the Port Hueneme residents, I want you to know that I do not take the oath lightly. I do not take it lightly. So while you heard the oath, I'd like to share some of my own words to you. You have my full commitment to honoring the position to which you have entrusted me. I will report to this council prepared and ready to make informed decisions on your behalf. What you see right now is what you get. I am who I say I am, who you've met, who you will meet in the future. There is no other side of me. I am who you see. And while I'm not perfect, I'm honest, I'm fair, I'm trustworthy, and I am one of high integrity. Know that I will always have the best interest of the city and the residents in mind at all times. Thank you.
Lots happened so far, but we will now take a brief recess The time is now 7:35 p.m. and we will return in a short time.
Can you define brief? 10 minutes?
How much, what is, 10 minutes?
time is now 7:49 p.m. Item number 5, council reorganization. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the nominations for mayor.
The floor is now open for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Bobby Martinez for mayor.
I'll second.
Okay, I will take a roll call vote unless you guys have some discussion. Yep, okay. Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes. Sorry. I couldn't hear you.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martha McQueen Lejeune,
Abstain.
abstain, and Mayor Pro Tem Bobby Martinez.
Yes.
Motion is approved. You are now the mayor. Congratulations. You may now conduct the remainder of the meeting.
Now we'll be moving on to item number 6, incoming mayor to conduct election of mayor pro tem. I will now open the floor for nominations for mayor pro tem. Do I have a? Oh, yeah. I will now open the floor for nominations for mayor pro tem.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Misty Perez.
I'll second.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martha McQueen Lejeune.
Yes.
Motion approves. You are now Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, at this time you could take a moment while they rearrange their seating. So I'm. Okay, if you don't mind, I will change your nameplate at the next meeting.
Damage report. Submit.
I'd like to say congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem Perez. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for the nomination and thank you for the community for your support here. Glad to see you all. Hope to fill this building and see more of you and more community organization from everyone, participation, and especially more from our youth. So if you have children at home, please encourage them to get involved. We'd love to see every community event that we have filled with our children. So thank you. And I'd like to congratulate Mayor Bobby Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Perez. I believe we're going to make a great team, and I'm really looking forward to this year. Councilmember Martha McQueen Lejeune, welcome to the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme. I know we're all going to do great things this year. So let's move on to the consent calendar. We will now consider items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0.
We will now move to the public hearings. Item number 10 on the agenda, introduction of an ordinance amending section 10802 of chapter 6 of article 10 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code pertaining to the development standards for accessory dwelling units. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a complete file, reports, and exhibits?
Yes.
Will staff please present the report?
Had a little technical issue at the front door there. All right. All right, well, thank you and good evening. Congratulations, Mayor, and welcome to our new council person. All right, my name is Tony Stewart, Community Development Director, and this is basically an update of our current ADU or accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And as you can see there, ADUs are basically known as granny flats or casitas, second dwelling units. And they can be either detached or attached, or within an existing residence called a JADU or junior ADU. And the reason why we're here this evening is because the state government code has established certain standards for ADUs. And as 4 of you at least know, when we went through this about 2 years ago to establish the current ADU ordinance, we discussed the fact that state law has basically preempted most local law when it comes to the construction of ADUs with regard to parking, setbacks, density, building heights, etc. And they're constantly changing the regulations, so we have a new set of regulations that we need to address with this ordinance. So I'll go through basically why we have an ADU ordinance and don't just rely on state regulations. And at this point, we're down to 2 reasons, because we just lost one, and we'll discuss that in a few minutes. But it's important for us to have our own ADU regulations, because it at least allows us locally to provide a maximum ADU size, and it also allows us here in the city of Port Hueneme to require an affordable housing agreement with ADUs. There are exceptions for caregivers or family members. However, as I mentioned, state law does continue to basically whittle away at our local zoning authority. And so we have a new or revised set of standards I'll go through here in the next 2 slides, which discuss what changes we need to make to comply with our ADU ordinance now. And keep in mind that this is part of our newly adopted housing element for our general plan, and HCD, which is the state agency who approved our housing element, also keeps track of our ADU ordinance and how we comply with that. So this year's changes are to allow the increase, or to be required to allow the increase of the maximum height of a detached ADU from 16 feet, which is what the rest of our accessory structures maximum height limits are, to 18 feet. And then for attached ADUs, they can be up to 25 feet and 2 stories in height, whether or not the primary dwelling unit is that high or not. The second change is that the state has deleted the minimum lot size requirement for ADUs. This is the one we lost. Previously, we had been required to allow ADUs on any size lot if it was under the state's 800 square foot threshold for the size of an ADU. Now it applies to all ADUs across the board, so we can no longer require a minimum lot size. It also clarifies that only building codes that are harmful to public health and are required to be corrected, or can be required to be corrected. So basically, if a building violation or a zoning issue that makes the property non-conforming exist, we still have to allow the ADU to be built. It's only if the house, the primary residence, for instance, is falling apart, say it's been burned or something like that, where there's a public health and safety risk, that has to be fixed, but otherwise we have to allow the ADUs to be constructed. It also clarifies that ADUs must be approved ministerially, which means basically over the counter, and that's what we've been doing all along. But it also states that if we have design standards in place, or if a jurisdiction does, such as the city of Port Hueneme, that we have to make sure that our approvals are objective. In other words, our design standards require that the ADU match the primary residence in architectural design, and so that, per the state, is considered objective. So we just have to make sure that that's specified in our ordinance. We are also now required to remove the fact that if a garage or carport is converted into an ADU, that we cannot require its replacement. So in other words, in the past, if somebody had converted the garage, they would have been required to build a new one unless they were in close proximity to public transportation. That's no longer the case. It also, what we've done is we've noted the exemption that if a qualified nonprofit constructs an ADU, It can be, that nonprofit can convey or basically sell the ADU separately from the primary residence, but that is under certain specific requirements, and that probably won't happen very often here in the city of Port Hueneme, but we still need to clarify that in the ordinance. We had previously also required that ADU kitchens be a certain size and that they have certain sized appliances and whatnot. We can no longer do that. So that has been deleted from our existing ordinance. And then finally, we need to clarify in the ordinance that if an ADU application is denied for some reason, and it's extremely hard to deny them, that we have to provide a full list of why the application was deficient and how the issues can be remedied within the required 60-day review time frame. So as I mentioned, this is kind of a cleanup. Most everything we've done, most of the heavy lifting was done 2 years ago. But we did need to make those changes to our current ordinance to bring it into compliance with the latest and greatest. I may be back here next year this time with another set of revisions. We'll see. But anyway, the project is exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, because it exempts projects where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question will have a significant impact on the environment. And then finally, with regard to the fiscal impact, the assumption is that if an ADU is being built on a property, bless you, that the ADU will increase the property values, and therefore the city's property tax revenues could also be increased. And so therefore, it is recommended that the City Council introduce for first reading, read by title only, and waive full reading, and adopt an ordinance amending Section 10802 of Chapter 6 of Article 10 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code as it pertains to development standards for accessory dwelling units. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Does council have any questions for staff? Only questions will be taken at this time. Comments and discussion will be heard later.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. On the your background slide, was that an ADU in Hueneme? Because it looked like it may have been.
It wasn't actually. All of those I just took out of the HCD's, the ADU handbook.
Okay,
Sorry,
and
I cheated.
but it looked like a backyard that I thought I'd met in, and I kind of threaten every now and then that, I think we could put an ADU in my backyard.
Possibly could.
But it doesn't go over very well. So my next question is kitchens. Now, as you know, the county recently shut down our Little League snack bar. And is there uniformity between an ADU kitchen and the requirements that they're laying on us pretty heavy down at the snack bar for Bubbling Springs Park?
No. These are ADU standards are their own unique animal, and they're very permissive, actually. So that's why, kind of during my presentation here, I kind of hinted at the fact that they've basically taken away our local land use authority the state has with regard to these, but it's only applicable to ADUs. It's not applicable to any other type of kitchen, whether it be residential or commercial.
If you don't know the answer to this question, but is it, because it seems like the rules that the county is laying down for the snack bar may be a little more stringent than what ADU kitchens are being mandated by the state. So have they?
Councilmember Gama, if we can stay on topic, just.
Okay.
I'll just state that they are, again, two different animals. We're dealing with residential versus commercial kitchen requirements. And the county health department has no jurisdiction over a residential kitchen.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes. Right now, is there a requirement to be a certain feet away from a fence line for an ADU?
It really depends. And they are very minimized at this point. And if it's detached, normally it would be 4 feet from the side and rear property lines. However, for instance, it's going above, say, an existing garage that's at the property line, it can be at the property line as well.
And do our ordinances regarding ADU supersede HOA?
Not anymore. But I'll say that with a caveat. If the HOA, let's back up. An ADU can be, as long as it's in a zone that allows for residential uses, an ADU is now allowed. It used to be single family only. Now, it's multifamily mixed use as well. And the way the state law reads is that an HOA, for instance, Surfside 3, where it's all multifamily, they can circumvent the ADU law, but they can be hard pressed to do so if challenged. But state makes it very clear that if your HOA is single family only, then the HOA must comply with the state law as well, just like the city does.
So if it's a single-family residence, say for instance Pacific Collection, we should be able to put an ADU up regardless of what the HOA requires.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Mr. Stewart, you received an inquiry from Joan Tharp regarding age limits in demographic categories. Has they applied to ADUs? Would you mind sharing with us the response you provided to her question? I don't remember it specifically. I'm wondering if you do.
Sure. Most of it I do.
Okay,
So there are no age limits. She was asking specifically about, I believe it was our affordable covenant. And so we require that because the idea, and she premised it in her email as well, that the whole idea of an ADU is that it's supposed to be a type of housing that's cheap to build, and it's therefore, to solve our housing crisis, particularly with regard to affordable housing. So the city requires affordable housing covenants. Like I said, there are a couple of exemptions. That is for, say, live-in care, or if it's for a relative, so if it's truly a granny flat or something like that. But we cannot age restrict, nor do we don't have as the city, and the state doesn't allow for it either, any kind of rent control or anything. But because we have that affordable covenant, which is based on the income levels that are ultimately decided upon by the federal HUD, but then brought down for Ventura County. So we rely on that income level table, which does escalate usually a little bit with cost of living every year. And so that's how the rents would also be basically created, so to speak. And so it could also be technically, I guess, kind of like rent control with regard to, if the income level rises 3%, then the property owner should not be raising rents 10%. It should just be the 3%. So I think that pretty much answers most of what she had asked for.
Thank you. I just thought our audience would like more information regarding that. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right. The public hearing is now open for public input at 8:07 p.m. Are there any public comments regarding this item, Madam Clerk?
No public comments.
Okay. I will now close the public hearing. Public input has concluded. It will close at 8:07. We have before us a recommendation to introduce for first reading, read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt an ordinance amending section 01802 of chapter 6 of article 10 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code pertaining to development standards for accessory dwelling units, and find that the project is exempt from CEQA. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved to
Second.
approve.
Any discussion? No? Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to business items. Number 11, City of Port Hueneme Pier Hours. Will staff please present the report?
Council, staff, governance. For you tonight is an item for discussion regarding the current pier hours. It's recommended that the city council conduct a discussion regarding existing Port Hueneme pier hours, which are currently posted as 24 hours a day, along with the adjacent Pier Beach parking lot. Take such action as deemed appropriate. City council voted to
discussion about City of Fort Wayne's secure hours at future public meeting. This agenda item is presented to facilitate such council discussion and to supplement such conversation with information about the current restriction and practices of other beaches locally and across the state of California. City of Fort Wayne does not currently have its posted clear hours regulated or codified by city ordinance or resolution. Per city ordinance, schedules such hours following the purview of the city manager or his designee unless stated or declared otherwise. So as you know, when the governor declared state of emergency in COVID-19, closed our pier during that pandemic, closed the pier on March 22nd, and reopened it with new hours on June 16th. So the hours are currently 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and that is set to revert back 24 hours in February of 2023. We pulled our calls for service, which the data point we use to determine calls that we were handling. You can see on this graph, dark blue are totals of call for service at the beach and the pier, and light blue bars are the calls for service between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And as you can see, our calls for service have increased significantly between those hours, and there's been a significant reduction in things like suicidal subject calls, domestic violence calls, and sexual assault calls. I think to the tune of about 50% reduction with the closing of the pier. So piers in California are basically in two categories. Tourist attraction piers, which include Santa Monica, Malibu, Santa Barbara, Manhattan Beach, and Venice Beach. And fishing piers, which include Port Wainini, Ventura, Hermosa Beach, Seal Beach, Rio Beach, Newport Beach, and Laguna. So these are the hours of some local and other fishing piers in California. So Port Wainini is 24 hours except for our Ventura, which is 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Hermosa Beach is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Seal Beach is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Rio Beach 5:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Newport Beach 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. and Laguna was 24 hours. This is a map of our current parking lots for the beach. The parking lot A and the pier parking lot, and parking lot B and parking lot C. So parking hours A, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and our designated parking spots in pier parking lot, extension lot A. So any discussion regarding the change of the pier hours, then also need to include discussion of changing hours of parking lots. Included in that would be also discussion of the hard closures that staff would recommend. So there are two entrances and exits for parking lot A and parking lot B. The closure bars for each driveway is approximately $10,000 estimation for lot B and lot A. And here, lot extension would be about also would need to include a discussion of something that goes on here. Currently, there's a temporary chain link fence, which was meant to be temporary, so it's not secure. It also shows to change your hours. Most other piers that we look at include decorative iron gate, and the price of that would range somewhere from about $25,000 to $50,000. So the staff has presented are three options. With no changes, pier and parking lot will remove modify pier hours along with parking lot hours, or modify pier hours along with parking lot hours. One advantage of the hard closures is it also would serve to reduce problems that we could also resolve the reduction of problems that happen. Or
Does City Council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Hernandez? And
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Thank you, Commander Albertson, for your report. A lot of really good information here. I noted that Goleta Beach runs a 24-hour open, opening to their pier. Their pier is not as large as ours, right? It just doesn't extend as far out as ours, is that? Okay. And do you know if they experience the same kind of problems with criminal offenses and things going on their pier?
I don't, that's something that we need to discuss.
Okay, not really necessary. I was just curious. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Gama?
When the cameras were installed down at the pier, I believe we were told that this was going to enhance our ability to monitor bad activity down there. And so that if a group of people, say, showed up at 11 at night and were drinking beer and hooting and hollering, that we would be able to say, hey, there's some activity going on there, and then we would be able to have a police presence. And so are the cameras monitored at night to detour or identify possible bad behavior? And I'm a little wondering how by closing the pier was going to reduce donuts, because I think the people that come and do donuts are coming to do donuts, not fishing or something.
Correct. So to answer your question about the cameras, so unfortunately, the beach is a very hostile environment with cameras, and so we have experienced. I do know that item was brought before council recently, which included some enhanced upgrades to the camera system down at the beach, and so we're hoping that solves the problem. That the station, block safety cameras we have with so my point, to the donuts and to some of the other calls for service that we believe we can reduce, certainly it involves parking lots, not itself. So changing the hours of here, potentially, our recommendation would be that along with that, if we change the hours here, change the hours here, that parking lots also be part of it. We believe the part of the control, but obviously sometimes we are.
Yeah, I would just like to know if, because it comes down to cost, like if we could get a camera system that could be monitored, would that cost more than the hard closures? In other words, it just seems common sense that if we're monitoring the activity down there, that we'd be able to intercede in bad behavior quicker, or maybe before that assault occurs.
Issue with solely relying on the cameras is if we're also going to tie up on another call for service, if something's happening down there, unless it's like an emergency or it's a priority call, domestic violence incident, something like that, officers aren't going to be the priority call to but it does provide necessary.
So if our police are all tied up with very important matter, traffic accident, and then there's something really bad going down there and calls are coming in, is that when we rely on OPD to come in, and or what happens in that situation?
Excuse me, council members, we're getting pretty far afield from the issue of pier hours.
Down?
Well, this is a conversation that has degenerated into security cameras and police allocation and response times for various issues. This is not related to pier hours.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
Thank you, Commander Albertson. Noting the times that you're recommending, what time do our fishermen tend to get there? Do we know? I thought it was maybe 4, a little earlier, about 4. See, I would be in favor of all that you're recommending, but maybe dialing back to an earlier time to allow the fishermen to have access. I know they get there much earlier than 6 a.m. But I recommend that we do install the gates. We have many community members who are constantly talking about the donuts that are happening, the street racing in our parking lots. And I think this would be one important way of reducing that or just completely stopping it altogether.
All right, I'm gonna ask that we just ask questions at this moment. Councilmember Hernandez, I know you had a question.
Yeah, I had one more question. I see the estimates for the customized and decorative iron gate. Thank you for that, and the installation also for the closure bars at each of the driveways in the parking lot. Where would this money come from? I think this is probably a question, I don't know, Commander, if you can answer it, or if the city manager can answer. Do we have money in our budget for this, and if so, where would it come from?
It would come out of the general fund unassigned reserves.
Thank you.
We do have a couple of other accounts, but ultimately they're all part of the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Councilmember Como?
yeah, if we install a nicer gate, a more permanent gate, will it be manually opened or can it be automatic? That's one question. And then are these two items connected? In other words, if we maintain closing the pier down at night, can we do that with just the gate and not closing the parking lots? Or is it all recommended that we do it all, close the parking lots and close off the pier with the gate?
So that's the first question. We would come back with options. As far as staff's recommendation, council chose to change the pier hours. Staff's recommendation. That was also considered.
Then who would be responsible to open and close those gates?
Currently, it's split between Public Works and Police Department.
Commander Albertson, thank you for the presentation. Are these hours also gonna affect the beach? Okay. Any more questions?
Commander, I see that the numbers that you have for the calls between 10 to 6, they are also aligned to 2020 and 2021, which was a COVID period. Are these numbers, should we look at these numbers as the 10 to 6, notwithstanding what the dates are?
Yes, I would say that the 10 to 6 numbers are the important numbers.
Okay.
Especially starting around. Okay. And the other question is, have you received or has the police department received any information as to our residents wanting the pier open 24 hours or not? Thank you.
Any more questions?
More of a comment. I think
We'll reserve comments for after the public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments regarding this item?
We have two written public comments. The first one is from Victor. I was just writing a question for the public meeting about the Wainimi Pier. It used to be open 24 hours. That's when the fish are biting around that time when it's closed. When is it going to stay open 24 hours again? Also, some life rings would be nice out there. Thank you for your time. And then I have one more from Ricardo Holden. I hope the city will reopen the pier and parking lots to 24 hours. Port Wainimi is recognized as a fishing pier, and fishing is an activity that many participate in the early morning or even nights. Crab and lobster fishing are more productive at nights, although it is pretty rare to see a lobster caught at Wainimi Pier. Crabs are very common. I have enjoyed many nights walking out onto the pier or beach, and while walking in the early mornings before the sunrise, the pier was a part of my route. If the pier is to remain closed at night, I suggest opening it much earlier, for instance 3 or 4 a.m. to allow fishermen and morning joggers and walkers getting exercise an opportunity to utilize the pier. I would also suggest closing the pier later at midnight, giving evening activities the same opportunity. I would prefer 24 hours and can honestly say I have never felt their end. If people are worried about being out late, they don't have to visit the pier. FYI, the city website lists that the pier is open 24 hours in multiple places. COVID is no longer a national emergency, which is why the pier was closed, so I'm not sure why it has not reopened to its original operating hours. Bobby Martinez posted a video stating that calls for police services at the pier had decreased by half since the reduced hours. And according to the crime presentation by Chief Salinas earlier this year, crimes had also decreased citywide. And the only homicides in the last few years in Port Hueneme have all been during normal daytime hours. So I'm not sure why the pier is considered a safety concern as suggested by Bobby's YouTube video he posted today. Let's also get the swings next to the pier back that were removed due to COVID. Very nice new volleyball courts were placed where the swings previously stood, and I rarely see people using the volleyball courts, but kids would frequently be swinging daily on the most basic of swing sets. Ricardo Holden. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The recommendation is that the City Council conduct a discussion regarding the existing Hueneme Beach pier hours, which are currently posted as 24 hours a day, along with the adjacent Pier Beach parking lot, and take such action as it deems appropriate. May I have a motion and a second?
Can we have more discussion?
We will have discussion after a motion and a second. Yes, Councilmember Hernandez?
Yeah, I like the option 3, and I'm going to make a motion to modify the pier hours along with parking lot hours and allocate the appropriate funds to install hard closure bars and a decorative pier gate. But with doing so, I agree with Councilwoman Perez, is to modify the pier hours so that if they open earlier, say 4 a.m., I'm okay with a 10 p.m. closure. And I really believe that public safety has to be considered in this decision. And I know that knowing that we only have 3 to 4 officers out, units out on the city at any one time, I can understand that it's difficult to respond. So I make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, seeing as that we have a motion and a second, I will now invite discussion of the motion. After the discussion has concluded, a vote may be taken. If there was substantial discussion, please we'll repeat the motion so everyone understands what we're voting for. Councilmember Gama?
Yeah, I have a couple comments. So yeah, the fishermen are very on the clock. They're there, and if the pier was open 24 hours again, there would probably be fishermen out throughout the evening, which I've seen for many, many years. But I want to go back to cameras, because when the cameras were installed at the pier, it was for security. And so security seems to be what we're discussing right now. Is that not part of this motion?
No, this agenda item specifically references Council Hueneme Pier or City of Hueneme Pier hours, and there's nothing in this agenda item nor in the staff report that would have given the public any reasonable notice that security cameras would be discussed tonight.
If I may, Councilmember Gama, I think you can say because it is safe, because we have security cameras, then you feel that it's safe.
I don't feel that at all, because the cameras don't work and they're not being monitored. So I'll just make a motion later on for another agenda item to understand how we could get functioning cameras down there so that they could be used as a deterrent.
Okay. Councilmember McQueen Lejean? I'm sorry, I will get it right, I promise.
I'm gonna write it down.
So I don't have the item.
No comment? What?
Not at this time.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No, that I just made the motion, so, and it's been
Okay.
seconded, so.
So I guess it's my turn. I know that maybe most of us here on council, we probably don't use the pier for fishing, but I have heard from many people out that fish at the pier that they would like to have it open 24 hours because the time that it's closed, that's some of the times that they would like to go fishing. So I think that we should take them into consideration when we vote today. One of the reasons why the Goleta Pier is open 24/7 is because it is a fisherman's pier. And as Commander Albertson's report says, our pier is also a fisherman's pier. So that is one of the reasons why I think that we should consider opening it 24 hours a day. I do, however, think that we should have gates up for an emergency. And I also think that if we did have something nice on the pier, other than the gate that we have right now, something that looks similar to what Santa Monica has, that would attract more people. So I will vote no, because I will be, if it does not pass, I will be making a motion asking us to open it 24/7. If that doesn't pass, we can always change the hour so that we can open it for.
If I may, Mayor Martinez, one of the things that Rosenberg's rules allows for is council may entertain up to 3 motions at any given time.
Okay.
And the way that gets handled is a motion is made, a second, another motion is made, a second, another motion is made, a second. And then the most recent motion made on the table is the one that's up for discussion, and that comes to vote first. So for example, if you were to make a motion to consider opening the pier 24 hours and that motion receives a second, the first motion to come up would be opening the pier 24 hours. And then if that motion passes, there's no need to address the first motion because obviously the pier would be open 24 hours and not open at 4 a.m. And so in the future, it saves time by considering usually up to 3 motions is the general rule of thumb for council consideration and then handling them first.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
You're welcome.
As I know you're a fisherman, right? What are the hours that you would normally fish for the best time for fishing?
You ain't gonna answer.
It depends on what you're going for. I did a lot. I did a lot of white sea bass, tuna, dorado, and I freshwater fish as well. So for me, my best bites were always about a half an hour before first light. And so that varies from time to time. Notwithstanding, I've had good bites overnight when night fishing is allowed, especially on our local lakes here, which is a couple times a year. It really depends on the season. It depends on the fish. I would defer to some of the pier fishermen for their expertise on surf perch and some of the corvina and some of the other local fare that I never really fished for because I was always deep sea out at the islands or San Diego.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. City Council Martha McQueen Lejean.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I'm a fisher person. And so I think it's important that we consider all people, fishermen and non-fishermen or persons. And so, but I do think that safety should be above all. And so I just want to make sure that we're considering everyone and that we're really thinking about what the commander has provided to us tonight, that the calls when the pier is open 24 hours is double what they are with the 10 to 6 close. So I want to make sure we stay on task with that.
I would just like to get more information about safety, because I feel like, and you'll probably stop me here, but I feel like when we voted to put those cameras down there, that we were enhancing safety, and it was a 24-hour pier at that time, and it didn't pan out that way. So I'll make a motion to keep the pier open 24 hours a day.
We're allowed to have another motion?
Yep, there's only one on the table now, so this is the second motion. Does this motion have a second?
I'll second that motion to open up the pier, keep the pier to open 24 hours.
There can be additional discussion. If not, we vote on that motion now.
Any discussion? Okay.
I would just say that the reason why I'm making that motion is because I don't think we've considered other enhancements for safety. And anyways,
Councilmember Gama,
yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Is this for the new motion?
The 24 hours?
Open 24 hours.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
No.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune
No.
and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Close enough. Good. Sorry.
Can
Order
we have another
question?
motion?
I guess my question will come after we vote on this next motion.
Right, there's still one motion to be voted on.
So now we're going to vote on Councilmember Hernandez motion.
Can we clarify that motion? Did that motion specify on what hours we would change it to?
Councilmember Hernandez, would you like to restate your
Yes,
motion?
I did specify that I agreed with Councilwoman Perez on adjusting the morning hours to an opening of the pier at 4 a.m. And no change in the closing.
And seconded by Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama.
No, because I don't think we're considering the fishermen.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
We will now be moving on to item number 12, City Council Legislative Platform Policy. Will staff please present the report? City Attorney Kevin Spalding.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Council had previously requested a legislative platform policy some time ago, and this position basically arises with, there are a multitude of various state, federal, and other local laws and regulations being proposed every day. And the city or the city council has expressed interest in supporting or opposing various pieces of legislation. The practical difficulty of this is that there are a lot of moving parts and things happen very quickly, and convening a city council meeting in order to get council's take on a particular item of business before, let's say, a state legislature is time consuming and not the best practice in order for the city to voice its opinion and or protect its interests. Accordingly, what a number of cities do is they just create a broad policy, and any of the laws that fall within that policy, the city either supports or opposes as council dictates based on taking certain positions on various policies that run the gamut of a number of municipal issues. As a result of this, staff reviewed the legislative platform policies of various Ventura County cities and put together its own set of policies, or its draft set of policies, that focus on issues of general governance, including general positions on local control, which we just heard about tonight with the ADU ordinance, personnel, pension reforms, economic development, litigation reform, open meetings laws, Public Records Act, things of that nature, and going through public finance and fiscal responsibility, public protection, and laws that affect how police officers operate within our city. Public works and transportation, environmental quality, community development, including housing and some of the other issues that we're all dealing with, arts and culturally important resources, animal services, and military services and support. So on October 10th, 2022, staff presented this draft report to the Citizens Advisory Commission in order to take the first review of it and make whatever adjustments or recommendations that it thought were necessary. What has been provided to you is the outcome of that review by the Citizens Advisory Commission as is recommended for council's approval. And of course, council is completely free to review and make any amendments or changes it deems fit.
Thank you, City Attorney Kevin Spalding. Does council have any questions for staff?
Yes, problem that I see, this is a lot of stuff to digest, but there's a lot of things that you could support black and white here. But when it comes time to write a proposal that's going to be voted on, like I'm looking at support investment strategies that balance the short and long-term ability to CalPERS to meet its financial commitments to its members. I mean, what does that mean? And somebody could draft what's it called when we put something on the ballot,
a ballot measure?
A ballot measure.
Or
yes.
at the state level, it would likely be a proposition or an initiative of some sort.
Right, so somebody could write a targeted, drafted ballot measure that appears to meet the goal of support investment strategies that balance the short-term and long-term, but in actuality, it produces unintended consequences that nobody saw coming. So as I go down this list, I just see so many opportunities for that. And so it kind of just makes me nervous to, well, you know, but if we're supporting oppose a mandatory social security tax for public employees and public employers and public employees. I mean, I think, didn't we go through that before when we had police officers, when we were paying their social security for them, and then it was bargained for, I believe. And then when I look at the labor relations as to unions, where's that one? Labor relations, there's a big long list, and it's just not as black as white as it looks on this paper. So I just think we need a lot more time and study on each item. I mean, there's a lot of items here, and so anyways, that's all I have to say.
That's entirely within the purview of the council to make any recommendations or revisions it sees necessary. One of the problems is that the reason why this was drafted with such broad language is because it's nearly impossible to predict what a state legislature will see year to year, or what bills will be proposed, or what, like, for example, League of Cities would recommend opposing or supporting and whatnot. And so there is a breadth to this document so that the city can move quickly to protect its interests through supporting or opposing various forms of legislation. Notwithstanding, there's nothing here that says that city staff must do it. And so issues that are particularly complex, or issues that are one-off or don't really fit neatly into one of these categories, are certainly still capable of being brought to council in the event that council would like to support or oppose a piece of legislation.
But as a council, if we vote to support a committee against a ballot measure, for example, then we would be provided with a lot of targeted information on that particular issue. So I guess my point is that if we approve this, we're not telling staff to go out there and fight for these legislative outcomes, but we are saying we're interested in, but I just don't see how we could approve such a long list of legislative priorities.
Well, it's fairly common in a number of cities to approve such a list, and this was modeled off of City of Simi Valley and City of Moore Park's list. Notwithstanding, an idea or an example of how this would play out is, for example, the new ADU statutes that you heard Mr. Stewart provide on this council. Certainly most cities, if not every city in the state of California, opposed such legislation because it divested all cities, including charter cities, of any local control with respect to that.
Right.
The state legislature didn't listen, but surely there are a number of issues. SB 9 comes to mind, which was also completely opposed by every local agency in the state.
Right.
And so those matters are certainly things that this city would be interested in supporting or opposing, and this platform allows this city to do so. I don't believe this city submitted any letters in support or opposition to the ADU statutes or on SB 9 based on the fact that it was simply not feasible to do so without this policy.
Right. And the other topic that's on my mind is pension obligation bonds. Like those, in my view, are very dangerous. And are those addressed in this, because that's something I think this council, I've been pushing for 4 years, not very successfully, but that we take a better aggressive control or look at our unfunded liabilities with pension obligations. So
I think a lot of that is addressed in Section 6 under pension reform.
right, but again, that's what I was referencing earlier. It's like, you know, it looks really black and white here. Support legislation that provides reasonable reform of local government's pension systems that preserve local control. So that opens the door for pension obligation bonds.
Potentially, if they will reduce long-term costs to public agencies.
Right, but
But if they won't, then obviously the city wouldn't be able to support it under this policy as written.
Right, but there's a larger level of risk attached to them than other strategies. And I think we've seen pretty massive failures on that, so.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. I have a question in relation to the implementation of this legislative platform. I don't see this as something that's holding us bound to follow necessarily. It depends on the legislation. We have a piece of legislation that comes to us either through SCAG or League of California Cities or League of Women Voters, encouraging us to vote for something or to support something. We can refer to this legislative platform, but it does not bind us to support or not support. I mean, we have that flexibility. I see this more as guidelines.
That's
Right.
correct. This is more of a guideline, and notwithstanding, if I remember correctly, it's been a little while since I've looked at this, but it authorizes the mayor pro tem, or the city manager to sign correspondence consistent with the city's approved positions. I don't see any reason why that would be taken entirely away from council in the event that the mayor would be asked to sign something, or in the absence of the mayor pro tem. As the figurehead, as it were, of the city, it would be incumbent upon staff to get the mayor's signature. If the mayor was so inclined that this might not fit within the legislative policy, it certainly may be brought to council if deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Just to drag this on a little longer, I'm looking at the workers' compensation section, and it says oppose legislation that would increase workers' compensation benefits. So benefits haven't been increased in many years.
That will result in additional employer costs.
Right.
Right.
That's the bottom.
Well, the position is the city's position.
But again, should we not have a discussion on that particular item? I mean,
That's the purpose of this meeting. You're free to have a discussion. You're free to amend it as you see fit. You're free to petition your fellow council members for any revisions you see fit and direct me to make those changes.
and so I could direct you to that we should not, I wouldn't want to blanket oppose benefit increases because, you know, the workers' compensation system is a compensation system. It's not a get whole system because you got injured. In fact, if you get injured and you go out on workers' comp, you're losing money. And so with inflation and medical expenses increasing, having a blanket saying, oh, we're going to oppose any legislation that increases the benefits or increases our costs. I mean, again, we have to look out for the injured employees in this world. And sometimes benefit increases are just a matter of life. I mean, we can't just hold the benefits forever at the same level when inflation and all this other stuff is going on.
And should a majority of this council agree with you, I will be happy to amend that provision.
Councilmember Gama, I think you brought up some good points. I think we can continue that during the discussion. Does anybody have any more questions as of right now? Okay. Are there any public comments regarding this item, Madam Clerk?
No public comments.
Okay. The recommendation is that the city council conduct a discussion regarding the existing Hueneme Beach. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. The recommendation is that the city council consider and adopt the attached legislative platform and any revisions deemed appropriate. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve? Second.
All right. We will now entertain a discussion. Councilmember McQueen Leon.
Yeah, just a quick question. So if we are, we're going to vote after, but are we voting to adopt it as is, or are we going to have an opportunity to ask for revisions?
Any revisions the council would like to make would be appropriate to make during a motion. And so a motion that's seconded and then a vote would direct me to make those appropriate revisions.
Would you like to make a motion?
Another question. So, so we have time to request revisions. It's not expected that the revisions will come to you today.
That's at council's discretion. The way this agenda item is posed to council is it's expected that council will have that discussion tonight and make those revisions tonight and then approve those revisions tonight. Council always retains the authority to continue this to another meeting or another time certain, or when staff has the ability to bring it back.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. So I don't know how long it's been since
the request came out for this policy. So I'm a little leery about pushing it back, but I will make a motion. I move that we push this topic back to the 17th January council meeting, by which time we'll submit our requested revisions.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'd like-
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Madam Clerk, could you take roll call, please?
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We will now move on to city manager comments and reports.
I don't have much tonight. I gave a counting of a variety of our highly-related events, recreation and otherwise, that we performed. The last one that we closed out our season was the Cops for Tots. This past Saturday, there were 900 families that were served a toy and some entertainment during that event. And then we did have excess toys, and we delivered those to the Salvation Army and a couple other nonprofits, but it was a very big success. And thank you for all those who participated and volunteered at the event. That's it.
Thank you, City Manager Connors. Councilmember Gama, do you have any reports and comments?
I do, but I also have a question of the city manager. Who funded all the toys? I missed that part.
There was a number of sponsorships involved.
Were they big sponsorships, little sponsorships, a
They were
100?
Diverse.
But is there names associated with who provided the funds?
I don't know if they wanted to sponsor anonymously or not, so I didn't want to share them without making sure I had that information.
Okay.
All right. Any reports and comments?
Let me get situated here. Yeah, I would like to consider having a council priority workshop very quickly. I think that as we just saw with that last motion, there's a lot to discuss and discuss what our priorities are for the next year. And I really hope that as a new council, we could come together in a public forum, talk about what are the priorities for the next year. And so that we could, because I think that over the past couple years is we have big lists of projects and we don't seem to be moving on. So I will be requesting that we have a council priority setting workshop in the immediate near future. Really had a great time participating with the Toys for Tots this weekend. At the same time, we had great participation with Hueneme Beach Cleanup. The schools are really picking up, stepping up, and EO Green sent 30 students over, which surprised the heck out of me, and we had a really good time, and we're trying to work together to keep the kids involved and taking care of the environment. I would also like to have a discussion or get more information about wastewater contract with the Navy base. We had it for 18 years. In the last 10 years, we haven't had it, and I was wondering how could we get that back, because that could provide needed revenue for our city. And that's it.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. I don't have any committee reports to share tonight. The only committee I've attended has been Ventura Regional Sanitation District, and we adopted our audit report. A lot of agencies are now going through their final year audits, so that's all I have to report from that committee. I do want to just share something with this council. The other day, I had extra time on my hands now that the election is over, And I was going through my email and cleaning out my emails, and it caused me to reflect on a lot of the accomplishments that the city has made in this previous year. And being it's the end of the year, I just wanted to share and acknowledge staff for the work that they've done, especially our city manager, who under his guidance and his management was able to accomplish so much this year. If you look back in terms of staffing, we have a new city clerk, a wonderful city clerk. Welcome, Georgiana. We're glad you're here. We have a new HR director, new finance director, and there've been, I don't know if I left out any other hires, but these are all things that have occurred under the management of Mr. Connors. We had the successful Wainimi Beach Festival. The Heroes Award process was successful. We've been dealing a lot with our citizens who've been complaining about traffic, speed bumps, other traffic enforcement issues, parking signs. The ban on plastics is something that's outstanding that I think we can look forward to working on in the next year. The Community Benefit Fund, recognizing members of our community like John Sharkey, the Pedro Valdez Memorial, and of course, the loss of Carmen Ramirez. All of these are just reflections of everything that was accomplished last year. And I want to add too, working with our local nonprofits, the Little League, Audubon Society, Surfrider, REACH, Wainimi Coalition, all those things have been, I think, performed well and handled well through our city manager. I just want to thank him for his great work in doing that, doing all these, addressing all these tasks and juggling all these issues. So thank you for that. And thank you, staff.
Councilmember McQueen Lejean, I know you might not have any reports, but I want to give you the opportunity for any comments.
I guess I'll just say I'm looking forward to being assigned, appointed to some committees and doing the work for the city and bringing back from those committees those things that'll be beneficial to the city. So looking forward to January 17th.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez? Okay, I guess my only comment is that I have not heard from the mayor of Puerto Vallarta, and I will be reaching out. Hopefully they respond. Right now, it is time for a request for future agenda items. I'd like to remind council members that all request items will require a motion, a second, and a majority vote per adopted council policies to be placed on future agenda. Does anybody have any requests for future agenda items?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to remind City Council that at our last meeting, I did ask for a goal-setting meeting to be held at the beginning of the year so we could review where we are with the strategic plan, where we are with the action tracker, and then allow us some time to discuss priorities for pursuing our strategic plan and all the other plans that we've been working on through the year. So, and it was seconded. So I just wanted to.
Was it approved?
Yeah, it was seconded. Mhm.
Seconded means approved?
Yeah, it was voted on.
Yeah. Councilmember Gama, do you have any requests for future agenda items?
Yes, so when will that goal-setting agenda item be coming?
According to, if I may, according
Policy,
to
yeah.
the,
I'm asking the city manager.
No, that's fine.
okay, I
Councilmember
just
Burnett?
want a point of order. That we did not set a time to that, Councilman Gama, and the Policy and Procedures Manual of the City Council does not allow us to dictate deadlines for the city manager or time certain.
Are there any other
events.
future agenda items?
Yes. I would like to have a peer security item so that we could look at how do we enhance security and safety at the pier using existing technology that we have down there.
I would like to, oh, sorry, could I go up? I believe we already approved that, a very big budget item for improved cameras?
The citywide surveillance contract was approved at the last meeting, which covers a lot of surveillance citywide and whatnot. So I believe a staff report or an executive memo might be appropriate on that once that's underway.
Would that be an agenda item or is it already in the works?
Well, the contract has already been awarded by this council, so it's in capital projects phase. It's going to
So-
be moving forward.
Okay, any more requests for future agenda items?
I just wanted
Or any?
to share that when we approved the camera system 3 years ago, we were told that it was going to do A, B, and C, and it's not doing A, B, and C. And so now we're being told that we've approved a citywide camera system, but I'm asking to know what are the enhancements that are going to improve the functionality of the camera down at the pier for an agenda item.
I'm sure we will find out when it's brought before us, right?
No discussion, just no second, we move on.
All right, so council will now recess the city council regular meeting and call to order the closed session meeting. The time is now 9 p.m.
I'm going to state my
Negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are listed in the agenda, and the employee association is the Police Officers Association, POA. The second is conference with Labor Code negotiators pursuant to the same Government Code section. The designated representatives are listed on the agenda, and the employee association is SEIU, Service Employees International Union Local 721. The third agenda item is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is 140 Pleasant Valley Road. The negotiating parties are the City of Port Hueneme and the Laramendi Family Trust, and under negotiation is price and terms of payment.
Mr. Mayor, can we consider moving the negotiations with the police union to the last so that council member or Mayor Pro Tem Perez doesn't have to be out here and not be productive?
Yeah.
Right, and we have Labor Council on the phone right now for those negotiations.
Okay. All right, so we've already heard that a council member has a conflict of interest. Does anybody else have anything to disclose for the closed session agenda items? All right, hearing none, council will now recess to closed session. The time is now 9:02 p.m. We'll see you guys in a bit. The city council regular meeting is now reconvened at 10:31 PM. Mr. City Attorney, please provide the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'd like to adjourn the meeting. The time is now 10:31 PM. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, January 17th, 2023 at 6:30 PM. I'd like to wish everyone happy holidays and a happy new year. And I just want to add that I love you guys all very much. Okay?
Happy holidays, everybody. Sign the cards. No, I'm not staying to sign the cards. I'm coming tomorrow, Georgiana, to sign the cards. Is that okay? All right.